do I have for that? Seems kind of interesting. Right. Still need this. This needs to be replaced with that. This is accurate though. Yeah, there's no overlay because of that. But you can do it here. Yeah, now it has that. Do I want to do that? How does that work? Again, filter, loader. Should be almost as easy as this. Yeah. So all of these buttons aren't really necessary anymore. This is still necessary. Probably put this here, I guess. Should definitely be changed. Maybe like that. Unsure about that. In any event, this thing would be like this. Think on load callback. That's pretty convenient, actually. Yeah, this is probably the callback here. So that object, no, that's not enough. I guess it's actually just a init. Basically a combination of both of these. Um, let's see what this is like on load. Sure. Pretty sure I want that there. And then with the filter data, pass the whole thing. And then here we can kind of prove this is occurring. Registering. This is different, I guess. It's actually a really good point, but I don't know that we want to do that anyways. That is pretty good, that strategy, in some ways. yeah. Really just need to check this from the very beginning. And then kind of branch after that. It's fine, we can keep that logging for now. I think that should work. And the run history itself isn't doing that as well. I think we definitely need to do this. It's fine. We're gonna need to do something a lot like this. We don't care about any of this. Yeah, this is gonna be down here. The actual vObject path. Just like this. Such a dumb system. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sure. I think that this should work, but and then like this, it needs its own. I mean, I don't even know if it does need its own thing. It's more like that. We'll do it without that for now. That is kind of complicated. It sounds like it would need to have that then. Yeah, that's actually really easy to do. Yeah. I guess you do this regardless. I guess you really do. Does this have the notion of that? Yeah, it does. This is also actually we don't care about the values, we care about the keys. Keys update. Yeah, that's true. Then what we really need is the actual water stream. Yeah, I guess so. Where is it for that? Okay. Yeah. I think I'll start moving this way. Actually, I think it works with that. I don't even think I need that. Indeed. Oh yeah, also I think that just works. Yeah, it just works. Probably. That's nice. Can we speed this up then? I mean, it probably should just be defaulting to true now, but it's kind of the danger of doing that. To do this. So then what we do? Yeah. And then we want to do this basically. This is kind of what it's like now. No. I don't even know if we really need that now. Yeah. No. Just, so that is what needs to be. So for some reason it has this. Yeah, I don't think we need this. Okay. see stuff. We do have run history there. Can we go to it though? Yeah. Right, that's why. Guess this works too. Argument 1. Right, that's why. Hmm. Why? Let's look at the so many pages. Okay. That's interesting. That's that is funny actually. I guess that's why you need to have that. We'll throw it on the bottom here. I'm not really sure why that would happen anyways, though. Oh, that's why. Yeah, it's because we're repeating them. Yeah, we still have this problem where it's not actually rendering anything, huh? Yeah, I think we probably just want to handle that there, maybe. But I don't really want to have to do that. Sure. What does this look like? Okay, it's a lot of pages. It's also default to that opening for now. Okay, so now we care about that. It's definitely merged all of those pages. I'm really interested in this one, actually. It might just be that extend history isn't being called, or it's being called in like a asynchronous way. The runs is, yeah, definitely correct. Man, where is the filter loader? Is this it? No. Filter loader? Huh. That's not correct. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that as well. I think I'll just move this here. Pretty vague. Sorry, my mic is pretty bad sometimes. I'm getting an upgrade, so I don't talk a lot of the time, but some of those JSON functions look similar. JSON functions? You mean functions that operate on JSON? JSON is not a function, but I'll assume you mean things that operate on JSON. Payload, send payload JSON here, debug test. Maybe you're talking about the, I don't think I even looked at the HTTP client yet. It's interesting though, if you can clarify, I will spend more attention on that. Okay. My run history file, e.g. join as subscriber, subscribe to groups. You're talking about this view right now, I guess. I guess you're probably talking about maybe this down here. I don't know. Why doesn't this run history item have the correct data? Oh. What is the UUID for the latest run here? I don't think it's printed there, which is annoying. Okay, this though, I'm pretty sure it needs to have this. No, okay. Yeah, here we go. Should be doing that. Yeah, and this is where this is happening. Alright, I found that. That's good. But it's not showing. The problem might be that it's actually rendering in reverse order, because it's different than that, which is likely. has a date time. Yeah, this is from a while ago, so we just have to invert it. Wait, yes. Okay. So it's sorted like this, but I guess this needs to be flipped. Maybe. Not super good. This does not look like Python really. Still looks like. Well, this is kind of just flawed. Let's snapshot. Just do this for now, though. Actually, I think I have that. And I should be able to just see this with yeah. Should be the latest one, so we should be able to see this. It's also correct. Ah, we stopped doing that because it's just actually legitimately broken. Okay, sure. Let's do that though. Right. A80. Isn't that what I was looking at? 8805B. Yeah. A805B and then 2C at the end. Yeah, so that is correct. Okay. I guess we can see this now. Is it actually showing that here? No, it is not. This one is though, I think. No. No. Oh. I'm not actually using the matched ones, which is not great because then it's not sorted. Okay, so now we're seeing more or less the data. The date is more consistent. Still looks like shit though, kind of. It is pretty good though. So I'd like to be able to click on this and route to that now. So I don't know if this is the correct number. Is that actually the number? So it's kind of crazy. It's not as much, and it's like very slow to load that many, which means we definitely need to probably change the hi. Oh, I guess it is just 134. I'm definitely gonna change that to make it a faster thing. Probably gonna have to do a hard reset though. It's all that stuff. No, it's sorted now. This is effectively like this view in this game, which is a very early prototype. This is just sorted by time. It's very messy here, so this doesn't really stand out, but as you guys probably are familiar, there's like roguelike type games. Yeah, no, it's no bother. Yeah, so this is like it would be a game that's like Super Auto Pets, sort of, but it's honestly it's more complicated than Super Auto Pets. But if you don't know what Super Auto Pets is, it's effectively like an asynchronous battler where you battle against other people's teams, but it's more like you're battling against other people's like past teams. Like you're not necessarily forced to be in like a match, like a synchronous match at the same time. And this is effectively a history of every run that you do, so that you can look back at it, I guess, and also route to stuff. Yeah, it'll be more fleshed out in a while, like a couple months probably, because I have to keep doing a whole lot of stuff, and then might actually be able to have some people like play test it. Gonna release it on Steam, and it'd be good to get some crowdsourcing to some extent to like figure out what people would want about like maybe the pricing or about the just main functionality of the game and everything. Kind of just rambling now, but yeah. Um, okay, so each one of these needs to so we know if it got clicked because it says it got clicked. Yeah, if you think it's cool, you can, I guess, I don't really have like a wish list system or like a real, I don't have a system to keep people in sync with the game's development, kind of besides this channel right now. So you can, I guess, subscribe if you want to keep tabs on it. It's going to be like a while before it's like, before anyone will really maybe care about it because it's not really playable. But it's a type of game that would really benefit from having people play test it too, because it has like a lot of permutations and a lot of like depth that I haven't really tested. Although I'm gonna try and do a statistical sort of evaluation for a lot of different combinations in the game for the purpose of balancing. But I'm gonna do that regardless of if I can get a bunch of good play testers. But even after that, it would be very useful to have a bunch of play testers to kind of find negative patterns in the game in general, because even if something's balanced, it might not be appealing or fun. So that's the snapshot, so then we can print the snapshots UUID. And do jumper. There's a list of things I have written down. It would take a long time for me to explain exactly what I'm kind of working on, but I guess as a quick overview, I'm working on this run history view. I just want to make it where I can create a new run with a simple button from here and then go to it. And then I also want to make it where I can click on runs from the run history and go to them. And that's all I want to do with the run history. But then I also want to work on the deck editor for the game. And then there's a bunch of other things too. But yeah, that's probably what I'm going to do next though. So this should print the UUID now. Yeah, it does. And if it prints the UUID, it should be able to route to change scenes. I don't know that will work though, because we don't actually have a way of passing that to that, which is interesting. User run. So async run. So this usually have, gargs. We're gonna need that. Gargs run. I'm gonna put this snapshot UUID in here. Probably do it like this. I think it needs to be, yeah. Okay. Actually, the backend has the most development already put into it, because that's what I'm more familiar with, because it's written in Python, and I'm more of like a networking person, like a Python networking person. Like trying to get stuff to work with Godot is much harder for me, but at this point I've been using Godot for my specific purposes for a while now too. So, but yeah, the backend is a mixture of microservices. The most critical ones are effectively a layer, which is a bunch of MongoDB databases, and then a layer which is like WebSockets that can be connected to. But then there's another layer which is more WebSockets that are what the Go.UI actually connects to. Because although it's not probably going to matter, I'm intending on the game being like capable of having lots of players. That probably won't ever happen. But part of the entire process was I wanted to practice making a system that theoretically could scale to like 100,000 people or something like that. So it's more complicated than it needs to be in like a, I don't know, basic way. But I chose to do that because I wanted to do that. We'll see if it works. That's like a whole nother thing why I'm going to need to probably have a certain number of people test it, because there's only so much I can do as a single person. I'm going to make mistakes, probably. Come in here, and then we'll now do this. Just change this a bit here. And if it's like that, we'll do this. Although I gotta change this to do the run history thing, since it's a little bit more concise. Just put all of the data, all of it. There is a little bit of a reason why I'm using Godot. It's open source and it's free, and I can use it commercially, so it doesn't cost me money. It's relatively easy to get started with and to do stuff with. It's pretty popular considering how young it is and how little backing it has behind it. And it's a lot simpler than something like Unreal, because it's making less opinionated decisions for you, which suits my style a little bit more, because I know what I want to do in my mind for the most part, and I'm not really interested in learning how the cathedral of some very opinionated system works. I'm more interested in building my own substrate, but I don't want to literally build my own game engine. And Unity is, as stupid as this sounds too, I tried opening Unity once. I downloaded it, and it was like really fucking slow, and I couldn't even resize the size of font in it. And with like Godot, it's way different. It's very fast to download, to start and run, and you can resize the font, which seems like such a dumb feature to make a decision about, but it's just, I just figure if I can't even resize the font easily, I'm probably not going to be able to do a lot of stuff easily. But it's kind of just like a arbitrary decision that I had to make, because I wanted to make process in terms of just visually rendering something on screen. But I did download Unity. I never downloaded Unreal. I think that was always um, more intimidating for me. Plus, if you can see, the game I'm making is like pretty. It's like it's not like a first-person shooter. It's not like a very complicated game visually. It could be, but you know, I didn't want to do that because my skills don't lend themselves to that really. Yeah, I know. That's what it sounds stupid, and it is kind of stupid, but like, dude, it's a code editor. For someone like me, it's first and foremost a code editor. Like, I mean, like I can change this by just literally pressing Command plus and Command minus, and I can also change it in here if I want to do that. And I can do it in like literally every IDE I've ever used. So if I can't do it, I'm like, I don't want to write code in this editor anymore. Um, I mean, Jesus Christ, a terminal can literally change its font too. I just don't understand how you can make something and not have that be, you know, because you got to read stuff in the UI. Like, but anyways, I do realize it's kind of stupid. And there are some workarounds that you can do, like upscaling the entire monitor or something. But I assume from your line of questioning, you probably are more deeply invested in other game engines, probably. Um, no, that's wrong. This needs to be this. Interesting. Yeah, this is the same thing here for some reason. It's... Oh, interesting. Right. I feel like that's something that we'll probably have to do here now too. Been basically running these steps separately, but yeah, it's pretty nuts. Like, the Unity compile times are crazy, in my opinion. And I'm not trying to make like a 3D game, but you can do that with Godot too, I'm pretty sure. Um, but I don't know. Godot has its own pain points. Like, I've definitely gone through days where I'm just like, fuck Godot because of X, Y, or Z. But I've also gotten over all of those things, all of those challenges, and realized that there was a way for me to adapt myself and my game to Godot to make it work uh, in a way like I want it to be snappy and responsive. I want to have a fast feedback loop. Um, but Yeah, you can use C Sharp in Godot, but I prefer to use GD script, which is the alternative language, which is the scripting language. Um, yeah, I'm sure I could do everything that I've done here with Unity. I just know that it would have taken just as much time, and I might not even be in a better spot, really. It might be a worse spot. But I'm sure that it's capable of doing everything here. Also, well, what I think the controversy with the Unity licensing was a really bad thing, honestly. I mean, it's partly why I chose to go with Godot anyways, because it's like Godot is now what Unity used to be, which is like a true open source thing, and because it's so early in its life cycle, it hasn't been like pulled to the dark side by commercial greed, effectively. So it's still like got the sort of pure grassroots of like more of the open source type stuff, which is like almost feels like too good to be true in 2025 to actually have like good software that's just purely open source. But we are pretty fortunate that people are still doing that to this day. Um, so I do not think that what Unity tried to pull on everybody was good at all. And I mean, dude, like Slay the Spire 2, that's got to be the biggest loss from Unity to Godot. Slay the Spire 2 will probably be the biggest Godot game released like to date. Because Godot really, it's still in its infancy. It hasn't really had any true huge bangers. I guess there are maybe some other ones. I don't really study it that much, like who's released what with it. Um, yeah, I don't think it's going to kill Unity at all. I think there is just more like competition for game engines nowadays. But I mean, some people just do it like straight up writing their own engine, which I kind of feel like is insane, but it wouldn't be insane if I had invested as much time into something like C++ that I did into Python. Because I spent so many hours studying Python. If that had actually been C++, I may actually feel comfortable and more powerful writing like a huge framework that is effectively like a C++ object oriented type thing. Because that's what all the game engines do, anyways. They just have a hidden API that's going to a C or C++ like backend backend in the sense of like the game engine for its rendering and for all the other constructs it provides. But I just never spent that much time on C++. Um, I gotta figure out how I'm going to restructure this code because I've been making it so that I can test specific scenes and now I'm trying to have multiple scenes switch between each other's more, which is not so great if that's the case. But I don't know. I guess what I could do, just as a very simple aside, 'cause I don't really want to focus on that. Yeah, I mean, there's a really interesting YouTuber named like Cherno, who I don't really watch that much of, but I'm obviously aware of. I think he's been working on a game engine for like over 5 or 6 years. I don't think he's released a game yet, which is, like you said, a totally different focus. Because they are very, very different things. Like, releasing a game is very hard in ways that are different than building a game engine. Um, I don't know that one is strictly harder than the other, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, why would you do open source in 2025? I really think the reason open source, Jumper, I really think the reason open source was a thing was because there was a huge abundance, like 2 or 3 decades ago. And by abundance, I mean there's all these computer programmers that don't have to worry about how they're going to monetize thousands of hours they've spent on stuff. But that's not sustainable nowadays because 1,000 hours is like, thousands of hours has to be compensated if you're going to survive in a place like the United States. If you're in another country where the standard of living is way cheaper, maybe you can get away with just doing stuff for free because you're still getting like paid enough from some remote job or something. But nobody's going to pay you for your code, even though they might be using it for everything. And it's kind of sad, but yeah, that's another one. Yeah, Jonathan Blow's been working on his latest game, I think, for like 7 years. And he made an engine for it and a scripting language. And I mean, we'll see. Um, we'll see when he releases his game. I'm sure it'll be pretty good, but I'll tell you right now, it's not going to sell more than Stardew Valley. It's not going to sell more than uh, Lethal Company, or probably the latest thing, Repo. Probably less than Balatro. And that's not like the metric that I feel like everybody should be using to measure their success anyways. But that's probably the metric most people use to measure that stuff. Um, guess I can just use this for this other stuff. Yeah, it's undeniable that the free software movement has worked. It's unclear if it's going to continue working forever and for most permutations. You know, at some point in time, a lot of these people that were maintaining these really important free libraries are going to die, or they're going to become very old and have very little energy to continue. And if there aren't new people that are coming in and filling the void, it might cause a pretty large disruption in some ways. Because effectively, people have been able to just ride on the coattails of other people that are just literally giving it away for free. But I mean, I say that myself, but I still think that my strategy with my game is probably going to be to release it for a very small amount of money, too. Um, it's, I mean, it can't possibly be free because buying server infrastructure, costs money. But at the same time, I don't know. Dude, the monetization for a game is my least favorite part of the entire process, and it's probably the most important part of its like actual success in a lot of ways. Because it doesn't matter how good a game is if it's free, it doesn't make you any money. But it doesn't matter how good a game is if it's $2,000 because no one will buy it and it won't make you any money either. So it's like actually one of the most important decisions, and I have no idea really how to do it, and I don't enjoy thinking about it because it's a very open-ended problem. This has to be the same for basically both of these. Yeah, and I mean, that's always a really big thing, is effectively it's optimization. Dude, the real reason nobody makes, like, no indie developers make multiplayer games, like, except for the simplest permutations of it, ones that really aren't persisting that much data and aren't, like, really providing that sophisticated of a service, is because it's, one, really fucking hard, and two, really fucking expensive, and three, really hard to make not as expensive. So it's just this like confluence of things. And in theory, it's more appealing to people. Like you might make more money from it, but in reality, it's unlikely it's going to be more successful than something like Balatro, which is not networked at all, or something like Stardew Valley, which is effectively like networked in the most basic way possible, which has probably like all sorts of like glitches as well. Um, because Steam, I guess you can use Steam's infrastructure as well, I think sometimes, but I don't know. So obviously the load time from one of these to the other is pretty slow. Yeah, I think for me to release this game in the demo, it's going to cost me probably like $3,000 for like a bunch of servers for like what will effectively maybe be enough for some number of players. I don't even know how many players that's going to support. And you're effectively renting space on the cloud. So it's like, even though you might be able to have it for like 3 years or something, that's still pretty cheap, but it's like you're just getting nerfed for making a game that's already even more complicated and more probabilistically broken, right? And people, customers, Steam reviewers, hate games that are broken, that don't work consistently like all the time. You know? So networking infrastructure is pretty complicated. If you're going to have a database, you have to either self-host it or you have to pay someone a service to host it for you. And if you just go to something like MongoDB and pay for their service or something, it's going to end up being I don't even know if I can find this. It's going to end up being thousands of dollars based on the size of database you have. And if you self-host it, now you need to have virtual machines and you need to deploy it to that. And you can't let people just connect to a database. So you have to have a layer of virtual machines in front of the database that are connecting to it. But once you're trying to scale for like 10,000 people, what happens if you can't like service all of those people? So I don't know. It's all in theory. I don't know how performant it will be. Partly because that's a whole nother layer that you could spend 100 hours on, 1,000 hours on, is just performance testing of some general solution you have. So I take breaks thinking about it and then like not thinking about it and trying to actually do other stuff like make a game that people even want to play. And then I come back and think about the networking infrastructure again from time to time. And so that number I'm kind of pulling out of my memory, where it's like I was calculating stuff and I was like probably going to need something like that, because I don't want a game that just doesn't run smoothly in terms of networking for like everybody who's playing it. But I don't know, that's probably too optimistic, but I don't know. Wonder if there's a way to make this faster. Oh wait, that's pretty fast. But And this is pretty fast now because it doesn't load that. Oh, that's interesting now, though. This is doing something different, though. It's not showing the last one. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think I want to solve this in particular right now. I think I want to go on to the... And this isn't even at the end either, so there's lots of issues with this, but it's doing it in the most basic sense. Oh, I see. There's no doubt there's a way to make it cheaper. It's more of a matter of, yeah, yeah. Well, I'll see you later. But yeah, we'll figure it out eventually. It's probably more of like a problem for the future, though. Having a basic idea, even if it's too expensive, is okay. You know, I still even think it's okay to make a game that's a net loss if it's a really popular and successful game. That's still like an existential victory, even if it's a financial failure or whatever, which is worth something to me. You know, things are more complicated than just making money. So, but it's been interesting talking with you. Let's actually do this now. Put this here, because then you can select a deck here. And then this can actually be kind of need that. Sure, just do this for now. Yeah, let's do this. Update it. That guy was pretty cool. I think that's what I need too. I need more people to give me their honest appraisal of stuff so that I can, I don't know, make better decisions in general. Okay. Right. Okay, cool. We can just come here. I will need this though. Yeah, we need the onload here. So we'll feed into that as well. What would the game type ID be? though we will be calling it exactly like that. Yeah, okay. Just see if this loads. Okay, yeah, that's a little bit better. I think I want to. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Run history. How many pages was that? Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. I think we also have to encode this actually. So we see 2 kilobytes, yeah. A lot of these things are larger. I think I'm gonna go for 10 kilobytes to be honest. Alright, we need to have a new user though, effectively. Yeah, we're gonna create a new one. And we will create 100 all at 0 plus. Let's see what the issue is with that. Right. Alright, so we'll see what this is like. to the Steam ID here. Just do this for now. So we can kind of, you know, have to update this in a million places for it to work. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Let's do 21. And let's come back here, and then let's actually. Okay. Sure. Yeah, it's much faster, obviously. Okay, let's just move. Okay, that's pretty good. I think we need to probably have that though. Yeah. Just make it completely opaque. That is the danger of layering those things together, isn't it? Right. Oh, it's just named that. Oh, right, I see. Hmm. Hey man, hope you're having a good day. Go for it, dude. I'm ready. I'm ready to answer it. I don't know what you mean by semantics. Semantics is basically the words of syntax, right? Okay, I think I see what you're saying now. So syntax is the pattern that a particular language uses and enforces and requires for you to effectively, you could use the word compile it, but really it's for it to be this is where it ties into a semantically correct or executable thing for the whatever it is. For Python, it's an interpreter. For basically another word for an interpreter is for the runtime to go. So it's like effectively syntax is a rule set, which you could call it a grammar or something, that it has to all be correct for the code to actually run. And if it's not correct, the code will run, but what it will run is like immediately like an error and a failure. And so the semantics is sort of like, my understanding of semantics is what the actual meaning of like the pattern that the language requires. So the semantics for like creating a function might vary. Well, okay, the syntax for creating a function in different languages will look different. In Python, it'll be definition or just def and then space function name. In JavaScript, it'll be something like function and then the name. In GD script, which is what I'm writing now, it'll be just func and then the function name. That's all syntax. Semantically, though, all of them are doing the same thing, which is creating a function that you can use during your runtime. So that the rule is that there's a different keyword for each one of those languages, but the semantic meaning is you've created this thing that you can now use as a function, which is like in every programming language ever, and it's basically just a unit, an arbitrary unit of work or of logic that you want to execute on command anywhere in the code base. That's what I'd describe it as. So they're very closely related, but one is more about the way you express it. Syntax is the way you express semantic things that you want to accomplish. And that even goes further into just general English language. You could be like, in every language, there's probably nouns and verbs, but the syntax of actually like saying a sentence that has nouns and verbs varies for every language. And yeah, I think that's a pretty good question, actually. But yeah. I guess we could use this actually as a... Yeah, dude, no problem. You can ask me any question at any point in time. I'll give you the best answer I have. And yeah, it's more of like a conversation and just like a discourse. There isn't necessarily a correct answer to anything, but there are useful ways to think about things for yourself so that you can like make a better model and comprehension of everything in your mind. And it helps me make a better model of it in my mind too by going through this entire exercise. So it's a mutually beneficial thing to talk about things, to do question and answer and question and reverse whatever, which is really effectively just about trying to find equivalencies, right? Which is pretty similar to just declaring a variable, like. So, anyways, I'm just rambling now, but I think I could do this. What did they describe in the book? I'm curious what their definition of the two different words are. Because that's the other thing. Depending on who you talk to, depending on who you're talking to, they have their own vocabulary, and I mean, their own syntax I guess in a way. They've got their own vocabulary or syntax of expressing what they believe these words to mean. And it's sort of like more of a shared consensus. So when you talk to an individual, what's important is that you and that other person that you're immediately talking to have the same understanding of the definition, whatever it is. Because there might be no consensus if you look at it from the entire spectrum of the world in totality. Like that, usually the word we have for that is subjective, where everybody has a different definition of what something really is, and it's and there isn't consensus about it. But yeah, I'd be interested in what that book specifically said. It's probably similar to what I said. Right. For this. Yeah, I agree with that completely, right? And that's effectively what I was saying, where there's something that's the same in every language. And syntax is how you actually write it in Python. And semantics is what it actually means in a bigger scope. Outside of Python, a function means something in all of these languages. Yeah, I think that's a more precise way of saying it, though. They obviously thought about that a little bit clearer, but it is at the heart of what I was trying to express as well. Which, if you understand these other two concepts, which is like a set and a subset, semantics is a set. It's like a larger group of things, and syntax is a subset. It's one way of mapping a semantic, which is like a semantic space. It's one way of mapping it. So I like to think of things as sets and subsets a lot, because that's like there's this general hierarchical tree that's being indirectly expressed in reality all the time. And this is a great example of how there's many different nodes underneath the semantic tree, which are valid syntaxes that are equivalently representing and mapping to that particular semantic thing, like function, like variable, like for some languages, object, number, string. Those are some of the biggest consistent ones. Absolutely, dude. You should be stoked to learn Python. Python is. I can't endorse Python enough. Python is everything to me personally. It's probably the most significant I don't know, I guess the most significant tool that maybe it's not the most significant, but I love it and I spent so much time studying it because I do believe in it. It doesn't mean other languages aren't good too, and it doesn't mean other languages aren't better at some things. But the thing about Python is that anything any other language can do, Python can do also. It's just a trade-off about how Python allows you to do it, which might be less keystrokes. It might be in a way that is more familiar for you. It certainly is for me. And but you can take a lot of the stuff you learn in Python if you internalize it well enough and apply it directly to other languages. That's actually kind of how I operate a lot of the time, which is not always the best thing because you're kind of trying to force one way of thinking about things into another paradigm, like a new language. But it's also sometimes a really good way to do things because it allows you to just jump right into a new language and start doing things in a way that is like immediately leveraging all of the knowledge you've already built. So you should 100% learn more Python. And I wouldn't be afraid of AI either. I think AI is actually going to slow down a bit. To be honest, I use AI a lot, which people who watch my streams probably know. I use ChatGPT a lot. and it's useful, but it is not a replacement for comprehension of the foundational elements of computation and computer science. And so you cannot use AI to code for you if you do not understand coding well enough yourself. And the ceiling for understanding coding is like effectively infinite. So you can basically spend as much time as you want learning it, and I was sort of on the fence about that for a while, because I was like, how far is AI going to go? And obviously I don't know, because I can't predict the future, but I have that's my current running theory, is that it's very, very powerful for a lot of things, but it cannot comprehend the actual realities of coding, and the limitations that you have when you're trying to compute and write code and do things inside of a computer. And you have to be aware of those things to actually leverage it to the maximum amount. Which means everybody who wanted to not have to learn anything now has to learn everything anyways. They just get a little bit faster of a result when they use AI after they comprehend it. So some people have been completely broken by AI, though, to the degree where they're like, I don't even think coding is worth learning anymore. Which is, I guess, kind of what I'm saying, what I'm arguing against. But that's what I currently think. It might change. It all depends on what, Google releases next, what capabilities come out of the woodworks, because there are like billions of dollars being spent and hundreds of genius level people working on this stuff, because they're all banking on the idea that it has like no mathematical ceiling. But, all of these genius humans are all just humans. They aren't really geniuses. Nobody can actually predict the future. And so, and it's happened before where there's a big logarithmic cutoff of progress, a ceiling, a localized ceiling that's hit effectively. Yeah, the AI videos, they're ubiquitous. They're all over the place. And a lot of the people that are reporting on AI, they're just people. They don't know what it's going to become or how it even necessarily works. But in general, the way that it works is effectively, it is it's predicting a statistical, like, it's predicting the next textual element that's most statistically, like, close to what it's been trained on, which is just, that doesn't work. That's not the same thing as real reasoning, real, like a human being starts off being so dumb, but they reach these like, they ascend these mountains and they learn all this stuff and they chain all of these all of these logical atoms together to build these extremely complex systems. And it's not because they're just like pattern matching. It's that they're like taking patterns they matched and like stacking them. And like LLMs are basically mostly just pattern matching. The trick is that they're matching such a huge set of text and code that it appears like they know exactly what's happening. But really, they don't. They're just pattern matching, and it's so vast of a pattern matching that they're doing that it appears like they actually understand why it is true. But and they can even explain to you why it's true. But it's different. It's like there's a minute difference. I mean, and probably the easiest way to see it is like, yeah, humans don't start with a huge set of data. They start with no data, and they don't even get to learn very much data. They learn slowly, and it's like they're still capable of producing things that are much more complex. And I mean, everything we have up to this date is from humans. So, I mean, imagine a human that actually could ingest as much data and have as good pattern matching as ChatGPT, but they had the same reasoning based off of it as well. I mean, it would be self-evident. If AI was actually as good as people are saying, it would solve everything already. It would be trivial. Because it would be like a human with an infinite amount of factual knowledge, which is the furthest thing from the human experience. Humans are always struggling against not being able to remember exactly what they learned, having to look stuff up, maybe not even knowing about things and having to learn them. But humans have a special additional element of being able to literally imagine new things that diverge from things they never were even taught. It's like they're conjuring something completely non-existent out of reality. There's somehow so I don't know. Yeah, AI can't solve everything yet. But I'm not like actually an AI specialist, so I don't understand it as well as I could. But I might actually spend some time for this game making an AI using some of the modern machine learning techniques.
But that would be a pretty big lift. That would probably take me a lot of focus. And I'm not there yet, but I've taken stabs at it a couple times, like maybe 3 or 4 times. I've really sunk in some time thinking about it and tried. And then I don't know if I don't know if it was with you, but I talked to someone else, and basically the idea was like, sometimes you just need to know when to give up because you just don't know exactly what it is. And so you defer it to the future, and you're like, all right. And sometimes that's because you got priorities you got to focus on, and sometimes it's like a different thing. It's because you know that you're going to need to try maybe again, maybe another 10 times before you really chip through. Okay, so this should be able to do that. But I don't think this is actually working correctly. Right. Yeah.
that how that actually works? Hmm. So I need this. I need this. Right, it's the default one, I think. This one. We care about what that looks like. I think that that just works though. Yeah, I think the way it works is something like this. We can actually look at that though if we get there. We can see it here. Okay, yeah, we see. We have the key for it, and then we have everything but the name. Yeah. So that should work. Actually, I guess I don't even need to do that. I can just do that. Worried about that though. There we go. I shouldn't have to worry about that anymore. Now this should just work. Yeah. Setting it to that. I think we actually need to go. We need that. That's fine. Okay. I don't think we need. Yeah, we need that, but. Yeah, here we can just go. Okay. Or you could do it like that. Either of those work. Actually, yeah, we should just do that. This will have to do a little bit of. Maybe I don't want that. I guess we'll see what this is like. Okay, yeah. is not there, and it didn't close that. So it's the first thing we need to do is that. I bet that that does that by default, but we'll do that. I think we probably have to call load on this, maybe. Yeah, update. So that should show that now. Then we also have to do. Interesting. Oh, I see. We don't need to do this. We can just do this. What is it set to? Current config is what we have to set. Okay. Alright, cool. Does it use something? Ah. Okay, we don't have selected C there. Ah, okay. This is easy. Okay. Actually, is this a full conf? No, it's not. It's just a key. Okay. Right, okay, which is interesting. Kind of broke that a little bit. God damn it. Do we have that? Now we have a coral reef, which is cool. We're not showing that though, for some reason. Current output. Yeah. Hmm. Can't actually select that though. Should also be like this. Okay. Yeah, this is. Hmm. Ah. So this is something I definitely don't understand. Why it's not doing that? Is it just because of that? Yeah, I think I have to look at that. I think that might be part of the problem. Okay, so that is the problem. Which isn't really a problem. Really? Yeah, let's not do that. maybe. Mhm. It's clearly positioned there like that. And it's clearly here. Crash. Wonder why. Might be a problem like that, to be honest. It's like that's the problem. Yeah, that happens a lot. Isn't its position being calculated via this? Alright, so that one change basically did it. And now we're good. Pretty sure this worked before, which is interesting. I see. Since it's not doing that though, we could just do this. Maybe not. Okay, good. I think we probably want to do this here now. Dun, 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 dun. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm, mm. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. I wonder if you can do that. I guess so. I'm just trying to do this. Nice. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, that's what you would have to do there. So same thing here. Okay, I see. Yeah, maybe we don't want that. Mm-mm. Could also do that. That would actually solve this kind of. Okay, that's good. And now when we click this, we need. It's interesting that that is not working correctly with that. I think that that's probably related to that. No. Might be. What about that? It's basically the same. a different setting? Yeah, I think it needs to be. This. I'm curious about this. Interestingly, that one works perfectly. Right. I think that's a problem with that's a problem with this actually, this interaction. Maybe I'm guessing here. Hmm. Is that possible? Is that? No. Interesting. I think it might not be able to tell the difference between that. Maybe. Can't tell the difference between BB code and... Might have to call a specific function on it. No. Maybe it's because of that. It doesn't really make sense though. Because that's the same. Interesting. That's possible. It's actually probably what happened. If that's the case, then that means that that is not immutable. That is the problem, huh? That's excellent. Okay, well, we figured that out. Yeah, I could see us having that, but... Actually, we probably should have that as well. Okay, so that should work that way. Mhm. I wonder if that would be faster. What happened there? Ah, I see. Let's try it again. Man, it does that still. I guess it kind of matters. Yeah. Yeah, we can see this. We should be able to see that. Okay, I think I understand what that is. I feel like you could probably go to this. So after it changes scenes, because it's updating so quickly. Nope. If you do that. Hmm. Hmm. Not sure how to handle that then. I guess you could do that. That does kind of make sense. It's definitely very strange. Yeah, I'm now not as convinced of that. This just isn't actually working, I don't think. I think I know what I want to do here then. There's something else going on here. Yeah, we don't want that. We just want this. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, I see what's happening here. Hmm. Yeah, that's why they do that, I suppose. That's why. Hmm. Right. Right. You do this, then it's yeah, and then you could just basically do that. Yeah, I think that that works. Because now each one has effectively its own thing. Okay, it's actually extremely easy then. It's probably not even, probably doesn't even. That's all good. Nice. Right. Right, this is using this, which means this is what needs to be initialized with that. Interesting, so this is it. What is this doing? The code is here, actually. We're using objects. Yeah, we're using objects. That's what we're manipulating. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Okay, so this even has a nested thing here. So that is what we have to sync. This. Both of these have to interact here. How does this interact? Ready, init. Where do we pass in args? Yeah. Okay. That's the only place that that's being set. Hmm. Okay, so it needs to have on load. It also needs to be, I feel like, visually apparent. It is visually apparent. So let's get on load. I don't see an init function here though. I mean, I see it here, but I'm gonna try and do. Guess I'm gonna try and do that. Exactly. It's gonna refresh its UI immediately, no matter what. Let's try this. I think it will fail because Bladodia doesn't exist. We don't need this. We don't need most of this code anymore. Just embrace the clean, the purge. Embrace the purge, dude. We already did this. This could be here, honestly. But we need more. We need the onload, onCreate, and show create. We need to pass these here. I should probably transition to that too. We did get that. We did get that. Okay, that's good. That's good. Alright, so we got both of these. On create, we need to really do probably need to do that as well. Oh wow, it does that already. Yeah, we've got the nested. Fuck me.
Yeah, what that tells me is that this whole thing needs to be an overlay itself. It has to be an overlay. So for making it an overlay, this is kind of tricky. It doesn't matter. Its positioning can be maintained as an overlay. So all of the visualness that we currently have, which is appealing, can be maintained. The main thing we need to do is move it to the overlays directory, change its class or code to implement overlays, and make the encyclopedia filter an overlay as well, which means move it to the overlays and change its class or code to implement overlays. What does it mean to change its class to implement overlays? Okay, first of all, let's rename these to be more consistent so that they line up inside of the editor correctly. Bam. Now we want to move both of these to the overlay. Where is the overlay? Let's close this bullshit. This is the overlay. We want to move both of these. Don't necessarily have to move them, but we probably should. Maybe we can move the entire directory. Let's move this into here. Then let's move all of this into here. Already huge changes, huge changes. Alright. Step away. Step away. Alright, So let's think about this. Just kind of think for a while. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, the main thing that makes this difficult is that we wanted to keep the encyclopedia filter around to actually reconcile the objects, which suggests that it needs to constantly exist. Instead of being an abstract thing that just has functions. So its functions itself need to be moved to a place where they can be used regardless of the overlay's existence. And the overlay effectively exists just as an interface for a user to interact. But there's a
Let's just look and observe. Just fix this to be fix this. Exactly. Interesting. Exactly. Hmm.
really not as hard of a problem as I have it set up here. It's effectively broken down into encyclopedia filter is args plus a function to match objects. Modify args. Visually render filter to reflect args. Match objects on args. Who's that? Args, visual filter, objects, args, filter, objects, load, args, visual, sub, visual, modified, change args, save, objects, load, filter, change args, visually sync, match objects, sync. Yeah. To make a system that's very intelligent, does exactly what you intended to do.
Yes. The filter itself has encyclopedia filters. In the encyclopedia, it has encyclopedia filters because it's one layer lower. In the filter itself, it has encyclopedia filters. Those filters interact with this in the same way that that interacts with that. Not quite. Yes, it is exactly the same. That is the encyclopedia. That is the filter selector. Click one, updates that. Click add, opens that. That is the encyclopedia. Click that, open that. Modify anything in the filter, change those objects, and also save this filter. Any modification. Even further, we've got decks, objects we already selected. Deck selector that selects things. Add a card, open a micro encyclopedia. Micro encyclopedia has a subset of those.
Hmm. Well. We definitely need to decouple that from everything. Alright, let's start by decoupling that.
Maybe we just call it filter, so that we don't have. We'll call it filters. And then we'll copy this pattern. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Right. That's all we need. None of that anymore. Those should be decoupled fundamentally.
Exactly. It is working correctly. It's like this, actually. I think it's base overlay. Overlay panel. Okay, sure. We do want this. Right. Yeah, that's pretty hard too because effectively you want to modify it, you've got to set that. Means we do need something like that, probably. Which is pretty convoluted. Hmm. Mm-hmm. So how do we do that? Not sure, right?
Could do that. Or you just have that there. I think we just have that there. It's actually not that much easier to do that than it is to do that. Because that will reflect everywhere. Given it has the right thing. That probably makes sense. Yeah, that said, I think this should be almost the same for this. You do want to reach that parity because that's pretty integral to the overall functionality. And it has this. So you shift this from doing stuff like this to doing this. And then you have it down here. Not sure if this has this. Looks like it does have that. This looks like it has it as well. Let's copy this and let's put it in here. Is that really where it's located? Does not feel like that's where it's located, but there's something weird going on here. Okay. Okay, we'll try this out. Basically, only care about that at this point. Maybe. We'll try it. Yeah, this doesn't have the notion of a left click really, because it's just click and show. Click for that, and then it would be effectively click for that, and also click for that. because it's not really a hoverable thing, so it doesn't have a left click. I mean, why wouldn't you just do that? Probably need the same thing for this. Just operating in the same fashion. What? Same as that, right? Okay. Interesting. Yeah, the situation here is now that because these exist already within the deck editor, it's not being created, so it doesn't. Well, it might actually be. It is that way. But I think fundamentally we have to change the deck editor itself to be not instantiating this. But instead, okay, this thing now needs to do not this, more of this type of thing. We actually have to add that. I'm going to do anything here for now. I guess we'll go. Really, this should probably just be called. We'll call it this for now. Now I have to come down here. Two different things we have to do here. Okay, and now we need to actually import these. This is maybe why this is getting slower though too. I don't think it's that big of an issue though, because it's really just a one-time thing. Now we probably need this call. It doesn't have call deferred. Nothing uses. Nothing uses call deferred. That's definitely strange to me. No. Both of these init function is actually much more involved than that. In the spirit of just getting something okay, this isn't right still because we need to okay. We don't need any of this. Strange. I don't know why this is all like that. That's pretty strange, but we can fix that by just coming up here. For some reason, we kind of pivot to that. And it's not great, but for the sake of getting through this, yeah, since it's a multiplayer game, the game engine code, which is like doing all of the visual stuff, is going to be effectively the client instead of like for a website where the JavaScript that's loaded in the browser, that would be the UI. But in this case, it's running on the operating system and it's using Godot instead. Or at least that's the intended plan. This is actually, that's why. Deck editor. Sky. In terms of network traffic, the system is designed to try and minimize the amount of data it's transmitting, but because the game fundamentally has a lot of data that's being persisted in a database, I think that there still is a lot of network traffic. So, because everything has to be loaded from the cloud effectively. Most things have to be loaded from the cloud. And I'm currently just working on getting some of the UI components to work a lot better. So I'm not really working with the networking right now at all. I'm mostly just wrestling with the Godot UI stuff. But networking is like a very important thing. That's like what I focused on a lot more. Before I ever got to this point, I was focused mostly on the network infrastructure. Like how is the data going to flow? What is going to be written to the database? How much data is that? But I'm in the process of refactoring stuff, so like right now, this code that I'm currently working on is kind of basically broken because I'm trying to fundamentally restructure it. Okay, right click. Yeah, okay, this is the problem. This should be like this. Think. Okay, great. Obviously it's not rendering, this is wrong too, but obviously it's not rendering anything so that, yeah, and we're still having that issue, but we're much closer to that, I think. Yeah, because what you need to do here yeah, and this is probably right. I guess I won't do this here. Kind of afraid to do that though. Yeah, most of this is not particularly interesting, but making UIs work is pretty important to a game in general. Okay, so that's still doing that. Let's look at that then. Hmm. That's interesting. Shouldn't be like that. Yeah, okay, that's why. Okay. Okay, it was interpreting that. And this. Yes. I'm not sure about this. Probably need to take a look at this. Wait, what does this look like? It's two of these here. See what this looks like here. Might be an issue with this still. That's a problem. Okay. Okay, yeah, so can't do this here. We do need to do similar pattern as this. Okay, similar pattern as in this. Yes. So let's copy it. Exactly, that's what we want. We want this nested sort of thing. This obviously looks incorrect because spacing isn't correct, but we can pretty easily fix that. Probably just by coming in here directly. Yeah. Just move it this way. More. It's actually really good that it's there. I think it's probably okay if it's at the same level because that does that. But we do need to fix that. Yeah. Just get these spaced correctly. That's probably correct. And now the main problem with this is filter stop. Yeah, this just isn't playing. Just needs to play. See, this should, well, we'll see how the positioning actually is. Somewhat better. It's definitely better in some regards. Probably too much. They need to be in basically the same location now. Off by a small amount. But we can pretty much just accomplish this by just moving it up until it's indiscernible. That's not working because it's the wrong one. Yeah. It needs to be this one. That's a lot closer to what we're imagining. And then, yeah, that's good. Yeah. You can ask me any questions you want. If you're just lurking, that's cool. But if you are hesitating to ask a question, you can ask a question. Haven't really showed my, I guess. What is this? Oh, it uses the same filter. Oh, well, okay, sure. And if not, that's fine too. I basically probably need to just focus anyways. But I was trying to give you guys a little bit more of a taste of what
some parts of the more, well, this is, oh, right. Yeah, I mean, the refactoring has broken a lot of stuff, so it's going to be a lot of work and time before, but it's necessary. Okay, that's not, yeah, I mean, this doesn't really show much though, so I just have to keep working on this. It'll be good eventually. Trust me. That's absolutely perfect. Okay, what is next? We need to render the objects in the micro encyclopedia. State needs to be in the deck editor itself. There it is. We have the encyclopedia objects. We need to pass the encyclopedia objects to it. Is it actually? Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay, now we need to go to the micro encyclopedia. Not that. We need to render the objects. Okay,
Okay, it's going to be passed through here, like value. I think that this might work. Let's see if this works. Like I said, I'm refactoring this, so I broke everything. I broke all the bones in the structure, and now I'm reassembling them, and I'm trying to get parity with what it was before. Yeah, this is fine. This is like a super common pattern. I do this all the time. If you actually care about your software, you're going to refactor it like hundreds of times. Okay, we'll see. Class, self-decade class. Okay, so return null here. So we care, what are the objects then? Some reason they're not. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because we didn't pass the values, we passed key values. Is that true though? It should not be that way. Yeah. It does look like it is a dictionary for some strange reason. Where is that happening? Where is it becoming a dictionary? There, it's initialized as a dictionary, so. But then here, it's not initialized as that way. Oh, okay, I see. This is not the same thing as that. Okay, this is really easy because we do this for some reason. It's probably because we need... I know exactly why we do it. But the calling class does not like that. We might be very close to having something that's visually somewhat explanatory.
This looks like a valid object. I'm inclined to just say, I don't know how this was working before. Okay, these aren't these. Should be a recruit serializer. I don't know. I guess. Wait, what is this? Is the class is something? Okay, good. Okay, good. Yeah. Yeah, the add object and remove object functions don't exist, so we're just going to replace this. I mean, they do kind of, but not really, because we've been refactoring so much shit. These are both callbacks, so we're just going to do this for now. And then we'll pick it up from there. All I'm trying to do is get to a very basic state. Yeah, that's fine. There we go. Alright, so this is kind of sort of what the game is. It's about building a team with a lot of animals and some items, and then battling against a lot of other people. And effectively, it's like a asynchronous, it's mostly an asynchronous auto battler. But I do intend to have modes that are more synchronous. And now we need to add that. But also, more importantly, yes, okay, that's right. Okay, so now we probably do want those callbacks. I think those were passed in, weren't they? Definitely passed in. So let's just pass them in like this. Almost there now. I feel like there's more that the micro encyclopedia has to do, though. I mean, doesn't it have to remove it from there? Does it have to inject its own things? It probably injects its own things. It definitely does this one. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't think that. I think it's just like this, right? Yeah. Curious what this actually does now. It's arguably one of the more. It's like one of the most complex parts of the application, sort of. Remove object. Add object. Yeah. Okay, it does not appear to be working. Definitely not working. Ah, this is how it was actually occurring. That's how it was actually occurring. Interesting. Alright, well, that's kind of why. Let's see if this has parity here. I think we're pretty close now. Nope, still not close. Yeah, we don't see that at all. It is there now. I'm not really sure why it was so slow beforehand. That's interesting. Now it seems to be working. It's effectively a deck editor. Ah, okay, so yeah. Okay, so it does not work for a while. That's bizarre. It's just sort of inconsistent. Maybe it's because of that. Dum 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 da 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 da. Wait. Right. The callback goes all the way there, and then it adds. Yeah, and then it calls that. That's easy. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I see. Dun, 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 dun. Well, all right. So we've got a bit of a flip flop here. Yeah, it's not that hard. We just make this function call that one. Yeah, we just make two functions ourselves. Dun 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 dun. Dum 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 dum. What? Dum 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 dum. I mean, it will work correctly. It was already working. Yeah, so now I should remove it from that and also in a magical confluence. Oh, it did not remove it. Okay. Yeah, that's obvious. It's because we're not actually passing this to the object. Alright, we are passing that to the object. Wait, no, it's because we're not passing that to the object. And this. What? I'm kind of surprised it was working there. Okay, I'm not that confused. This is just like a inverse of those two things. Yeah, there we go. Now it's getting rid of them, and they're all there. And then when you add them back, they're not back. Yeah, that's sort of the key. So self.object.values is what's being used. You should see that removed overlay item. Let me see what's going on here. It is doing that. Okay, it is showing that, which is correct. Kind of bizarre that it's not doing that. It's very inconsistent. There's a bug that occurs there too. Yeah, sometimes this is not working. And that's never working. And that's sometimes not working either. What is that? Wait a second. It is working. Da 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 da. That's good news in some ways. How do you do that? Shouldn't that be the case? Either or, but I think this should work now correctly though. What is that? Why doesn't that work? What is that? Something strange about this. That's correct. Okay. Well, I identified that problem. Huh. Yeah. That's so inconsistent. wait a second. Right, yeah, that's partly why I think. Maybe. It's just not consistent though. But if you do it really fast, no? Okay, I'm not quite sure what that is. I think it might have to do with that though. Yeah, I think, does this have something like that? It doesn't really. That's definitely a real thing that happens. It's happening a bunch. Let me not do that. Let me look at this. Okay, it is inconsistent sometimes. Why? Hmm. Oh, okay, I know what it is. Yeah, I know what it is. Yeah. Similarly, these would have issues. Yeah, pretty impressive. We still have that problem because it didn't get re-rendered. Okay. We do need to test that though. All right, that looks good. Okay, so now the next step.
Yeah. No, it's pretty good. Now we need to be saving it every time that that occurs. And we need a button here. Yeah, that doesn't make sense there. But it does make sense there. Alright, we'll go with this though. Okay, sure. Yeah, we don't need to do that. I'm wondering.
Right. Look at that, dude. Right, that's a problem with that, to be honest. Good. Yeah, that should be saving now. Interesting. Yeah, this is the type of thing we need to do here. Maybe. Probably need loaded, deleted, saved. Maybe. No, we definitely should have this.
That is hard. I don't really want to have to deal with should get a new date string. Obviously overrate the arms parts. This is a problem, I guess. Hmm. We already have it actually. Maybe we don't have it. Let's try this. Alright, so we have that.
Okay, it's really not that hard. Oh, it's particular to this, isn't it? Well, no, we can actually, we can do this like we do up here. Mhm. We can just do that. Okay, technically we can call this on data now. Internet from base 64 to base 64. Okay, there we go. I think so. This is very interesting. I'm not sure if this is going to work, but we'll see, I suppose. We need to do that too. Yeah, we need to do it for both of them. I think it's probably like that. Think so. Okay, maybe what we want is actually That's what it's looking like. It looks like we want this. So that we keep it absolutely synchronized with our local disk. Okay, and now we should be able to get this when we rerun it. Oh, hell yeah, dude. That's excellent, dude. But da-da-da, wow, that's so good. Okay, let's fix that. Okay, we got to do that. I don't think we're gonna fuck with any of that. Where's the icon here? Man, I don't. That's so strange. There we go. This is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about. Dun dun dun. Dun, ba, bum, bum. Okay, I see. I do not see. I do not see. Yeah, we're on generate deck actually. Okay. This is where we need to do it. They should have it all in the right order. Exactly. All right. This is what we have to do now. Okay, I thought as much, but I won't believe it until it's true, really. Okay, so here we're in the encyclopedia filter. We need to load that. That's the main thing we need to do. Da 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 da. I swear we were already doing this. My bad. Keep it tighter. Okay. Right. Okay. Cool. Let's do this with this. Damn it. Do we do it like that or do we do it like that? Oh man, if we do it like that, it's pretty obvious. Damn it. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know which one of those is better. It's so arbitrary. I don't know. It's so much easier to do it that way. It's so much easier to do it that way. Maybe we just do it like that. Just. Yeah, that's what we do. There we go. I think that's what we do. And we need to have that as well. Da la la. Man, we have to do that too. We just need it to be a context, dude. Yeah, we have to have a more powerful thing here. I don't even know why I'm putting this here. It's totally unnecessary. Man, that is... I don't know. Dum dum. No, we don't do that. Do this. It defaults to null. I don't know what I think about this. I think it's necessary though. Alright, Jesus Christ, this is all fucked now. Yeah. Definitely doesn't look better here. Show create. So I'm a singer. I don't know if this is actually better, to be honest. Special. Right. Hmm. Right. This is where we do this now. Okay. What does this look like? Maybe this is what we want. Okay. Why? Interesting. Okay, I see. What's up? It's going pretty good. I'm just working on this, working on the same stuff I'm usually working on. Kind of in the middle of context, but okay, good. Yeah, it's pretty good. What are we at? 124 subscribers. Man, YouTube is such a joke. I mean, I'm gonna be real. At this rate, there's basically no way of actually gaining attention on YouTube, which is fine. I mean, I admit, like, I'm not a particularly entertaining person, probably, but the competition is very steep, and so but I'm happy to see you, and I hope that you're having a good day. And I'm having a good day too. I don't really care that much about whether YouTube really is worth it at all. Because to be honest, it's pretty easy to just stream anyways. So it's not like it's that much effort from my point of view anyways. So I probably shouldn't be complaining, right?
So I guess that's sort of just how it goes, which is cool with me. Alright, awesome. Alright, cool. Yes, good. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I can pack that in more. I don't think I need to anyways. Just need to give this... Thank you. That's really nice of you to say. Whether or not that's true, I don't really know. But I don't think it really matters with YouTube. YouTube is a very particular thing. If you want to actually succeed, you need to do a very specific type of stuff. And I'll be honest, I'm not really that interested in it, which, you know, if you're gonna say that like I just did, you gotta be okay with accepting the fact that if you do grow, it's gonna be a slow process or whatever it is. At this rate, I'd probably be good if if I had like a 500 subscribers. But then it's like this even more complex thing where it's like it doesn't even matter if you have subscribers. It's mostly about views. But honestly, I kind of just like streaming because of the people I get to hang out with, the people I get to know. Like, I know you fairly well now. Like, I know you were studying for exams, and I know I know you're a girl, right? I don't know, you may have told me where you were, like, globally, but, like, ultimately, it's cool to just talk to people a bit, you know? Man, this really bugs me out that this is just like, that's why I commented it out before, I suppose. You know, you sign up for it, you gotta be okay with it, so I am okay with it. I'm not gonna complain anymore. Yeah, we'll do this down here. Same pattern, basically. So I definitely appreciate all of the people that I get to interact with. It's a lot of them have very interesting ideas, and it's cool to just be able to keep up with what their lives are like, to be honest. It's nice to just imagine what the other humans are doing. I think that's why I like streaming a lot more than making videos, because I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we're all here together. We are in time and space together. whether we want to. All right, yeah, I'll remember that. India. India is a very large country with a lot of very, very talented people in it. There are a lot of extremely smart people in India, and beyond that, there's just a lot of very good people, I'm sure, in India, just like everywhere. And we're in this time and space together, so we'll make the best of it, you know? Yeah, it's good. It's good to be with people. I feel like you are with people even if there's a large distance. It doesn't really matter if you're sharing time and space together and you're getting to know each other slowly. I think that's a good thing. It's cool. Hmm. 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 Oh, we didn't do that. So. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know what this is. That's strange. That should be good. True. Yes, true. Let's move that a little bit though. Yeah, exactly. That's honestly all I want. All I want is to. That's, I think, for the most part, the people that are attracted to the stream are people that just want to learn together. And that's what it is. And it's a beautiful thing to do. And we will learn and we will reach we will reach the things that we are meant to reach. We will celebrate together as well. I hope that the people that I can maybe cultivate here will feel comfortable with sharing their own successes and their own struggles as well with me, and that we can kind of do it together. Because that is sort of what this is about, to be honest. Programming is worth doing. It doesn't matter that there's things like AI and whatnot. It doesn't matter. Programming is worth doing, and everybody needs encouragement to do that. And this is what programming looks like. I am not hiding anything from people. It is a very somewhat, it's just a very raw and human thing. It may not be as fast and as exciting as people want it to be, but it actually is exciting. You understand how you're slowly, incrementally moving towards something with the power of computation behind you, and it can scale. And so a programmer can go from basically a level of insignificance to really high levels of significance. Maybe they won't have recognition really because they're behind the scenes, but their part is definitely critical. The fact that we're even able to communicate is off of the backs of tons of very, very talented programmers itself. So that is something that motivates me myself, knowing that. And so I will never stop, I don't think. Exactly. That's what makes it so attractive, is that it is effectively an infinite ceiling, and you do get rewarded for climbing the staircase because your own power does it doesn't necessarily happen at once, but it can just cascade in a way that is very profound, to be honest, which is why I was drawn to programming myself. And I don't think anything else is really like it, you know? Everything else on the planet, music, like writing, influencers, news, everything relies on the propagation of coding to be able to get it to everyone. It's the most important thing. It's effectively the way to broadcast information, which is so important because humans do better when they can interact with information from other humans. When you don't limit that by like location, it's incredibly powerful, which is why I'm very drawn to it. I'll be here for you guys. I'll be here for you guys. Give you guys what you guys need if you need it. I I hope I can do that. 'Cause that's a good thing to do. All right. Right. Okay. Right. That's a great idea. It's a great idea. You should definitely do that. I've done that myself. You learn a lot with ideas like that. The ideas that are they're very intense, but it's okay that you don't learn everything. It's okay that you don't learn everything, but that exposure, you will slowly break through it, or maybe even quickly you'll break through it. It's a beautiful thing, no matter what. No matter what. Python is by far my favorite. By far. It's the best thing. It's the best thing to learn. Period. I guess this is the same thing here. This is what has on edit. Yeah. That needs to have that context. It's almost the same thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay. Yeah, we do it here. We do it here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, both of these need the information passed to them, but Yeah, exactly. Always have to do this. Wait a second. We should do that. Probably. Yeah, that's what we should do. It's definitely what we should do. I think you just do this. Yeah, we gotta do that though. Yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah, okay, here we go, dude. I think that's because yeah, we do that. Yeah. Okay, so we have the name, we have the args. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, we got it, dude. Got to get the args, though. No. Yeah, okay. Interesting. It's definitely interesting. No, we need that. We need that. Okay, we just need to do that. We just need this. It's this, but it's a subset of this. We do need to load the settings. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. We have everything at this point in time. But we don't need everyone, we just need the one that matches. Okay. We have the name of the config, we load everything, we get the list of everything, go through the list, we find the name that matches it, we break, we have the args, we set the args to that, then we visually sync. Yes. And then okay, so this is the filter and it's been initialized. So it's initialized with a value. Okay. So we need to go back to this. Yeah, we'll do this here. We'll double check it. And then we'll test it here now. We might run into that problem. Okay. That would be at the micro encyclopedia level. Ooh, we're close now.
We could almost just call this directly, but we don't need to call that. We can instead call this, and we can match the objects. This is where it gets a little bit dicey. We need the function we worked on earlier. We need this. Right. Yeah, we definitely need some railing here for the load, and then for the edit. Yeah, I think that's the direction I'm going to go in, is load. Two of these though. Okay. This is what's going to be called. Let's just connect that. Okay.
Okay, good. Good. Not we pass that. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Probably. Okay. Okay. Right. Let's see. Yes, this is what it should be. Correct. Yes. Very interesting. It's pretty strange, to be honest. Okay. Right. So the problem is indeed that these are not set correctly. But it's definitely confusing because at some point they're set correctly. Yeah, past this point. At this point, no, this point, it's being initialized. Hmm. This might be a situation like that. Let's look at the context. What about the context? The context has clearly callable for both of those. Callable is obviously set. That's very bizarre, because this clearly indicates it has this stuff. I mean, I don't really know exactly. Hmm. What does it mean when the context clearly has the value, but when you run it, I think it probably means that. That's very strange, though. That's very strange. Why does it show the context as being good then? Definitely shouldn't show the context as being good. This might be a very strange occurrence. Where it appears the same. No, it seems like it's the same problem now. Hmm. Oh. I wonder how that was. That's because it doesn't matter. Yeah, now we should be good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm just an idiot. Okay. Okay, that's good. Okay. I don't think that's what we need here. No, that is what we need here. Actually, okay. Okay. actually. Now that it's correct. About that though. What about that though, dude? Maybe it's because that actually just does that. So this is actually the reconcile. I guess that's mostly for that. Must be. Not sure why that's even being stored then. Probably can just come here. Hmm. Hmm. What about that? Is that not being stored? It is not being stored, so mhm. Okay. You have to throw that in there though. Do this way earlier. Maybe. This might be a problem, sort of. that. At the very beginning. Right. Okay. All right. Well. Okay, I see. Man, that is hard. The easy thing to do is this. And then probably not even this. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, the render is doing that effectively now. Yeah, we have to do this. We're not doing any of that anyways. And then the flip side is sort of that. Sure. Okay. I think that's okay. Right, we didn't set the args for this. I think that shouldn't matter though. Why is that still showing up here? Not be showing up. Not when you click that. Not sure why that's happening here. It seems like it's not even triggering this. It's not. Sure, let's just do S. Just do a return. I don't know. But let's see this. Should not be rendering both of them. Okay, that's not a problem with that actually. That's a problem with that. Problem with Godot really, because it doesn't explain, doesn't clearly indicate that. Right. Okay. I need that. I'm gonna need that. Yeah, pretty much get this. Probably need this. I don't know if we need args really here. No, we do. Or we use that to get it. It's pretty hard. Pretty hard refactor. Deck, editor. I don't know if it has that. Does it have that? Might be able to do that. Might be able to do that. In which case, selected is just not. Turn this. Maybe we can do this here. Here. Yeah, it's pretty annoying there. If we do that, we have to do that for everything, basically. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay.
see if we can get this. Filter name. Pretty close, I think, actually. We have the name, which means we should have config. But I'm gonna do this for it. Could do that too. We'll do this for now. Okay, let's try something. Okay. Let's just set that there. Oh my God. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. It's very interesting. That pops out correctly.
Does not seem to matter. Yeah, I think that doesn't matter. What the fuck? How can top level mean it doesn't work? It's so bizarre. Okay, I think that might be a problem. I might just have to give up here for the day. Oh, okay, that all works there, and it works there. I think this might be more of this sort of thing. No. Yeah, so obviously the difficulty here. I don't even know where those are. That works completely correct there. Oh, okay, I know what the problem is now. Yeah, it has to be top level so it can work within this. But then in working with this, it does not work with an overlay where it is. It's kind of problematic. Let's see. Let's see if we can just kind of fix this a bit for a second and just see. Okay. Okay. It's underneath everything. And it's underneath that as well. See if we can kind of maybe figure this out a bit. Yeah. Tooltip. It says that it's top level. Now it's marked as top level. And it's logistically after the load, the create. Could be something like that. Let's see what's up. It's interesting that only seems to occur here. As it's added to a new. Very strange. That is pretty crazy. Hmm. Seems to be pretty directly related. Let's do this. Hmm. All of this works. That works. All of that works. That doesn't work. It's definitely related to the fact that you do that. And if we didn't do that, we didn't make this that way, if we didn't set this like that, it would work perfectly well with that. Maybe we just expand that. Or maybe we do that. Yeah. It's possible to do something stupid sort of like that. Hmm. And then to make it, I mean, honestly, we probably could do that. I'm pretty inclined to do that because it's just like, then we do have that issue. Yeah. You can see that now, sort of, though. Yeah. Do it even more. This is the weirdest hack ever. 38. See if this kind of works. It's really hard to work with a scroll container, to be honest. Well, it's hard to do that specifically with a scroll container. Yeah, it's still an issue because, yeah, right, you have to do like, and move the entire thing up, which will be a problem when you do that. Hmm. Hmm. I think the problem here is actually that something within that is saying it's top level. Doesn't say it here. Hmm. Okay, we need that back. Which is good. think it could be this. Changing its global position after setting that might do something like that. Hmm. Maybe. What? Hey, it works finally. Oh my god. Okay, cool. We can move on. You. Invalid access of property or key null. Right. It's sort of an inverse sort of situation. It's definitely interesting. Effectively, you have to go through every child and check that. No, we got it. Maybe? What is args here? Just copy this pattern for everything. Really? Okay, let's just... Oh, okay. Let's maybe change this to that, maybe? Let's do this first. Let's just see. Excellent. Okay. I feel like it's that. Let's do deferred on this. Yeah, let's do deferred with it. Ta-da. Let's see if this works. I have a feeling this might work. Oh, yes. Oh my god. It's so hard. Oh my god. Okay, well that's everything really right there. Let's try and get this synced. Is that gonna work? I think that would work, especially if we do something more like that. Yeah, if we just hide that. It's got to be a way to do this correctly. This is definitely high enough for it to do it. Oh, we don't even need to do that. Dum dum dum. Dum dum dum. Dum 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 dum. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. We got it, man. We got it.
Exactly. We just need parity with that. Dum 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 ba-dum ba-dum ba-dum. I don't know that this will actually work for that, but I guess we'll try. I'm sure that's what we already did. No, it's not. Right. Oh, yeah. This looks good. This looks really good, dude. This looks really good. Yeah, oh god damn it, you have to have the same shit though. You need the exact same thing as this. You need more than that. You need this and all of us. We don't need an edit here. We don't need edit. We could use create. Oh my god, dude. It's still a little, it's a little off because of that. I think we maybe adjust for that. And maybe make this darker. Yeah, the same hue. Make it the same hue. And then make this button the fucking this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Dun 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 dun. It's a little bit higher than that. I don't think we can test that this way.
Wait, we probably can look at the overlay itself to figure out the actual math. Or we can do it this way. I mean, we're already here. We get the vertical, and then it's complete, just bam, bam. To the user, it's completely seamless. We can move that around horizontally, it's not a... Bam! Look at that. It's like 1 pixel higher. Now the danger with this is that it's not actually modifying the nested things. So this has to reflect that, but it doesn't reflect it here, which is the danger, I suppose. But it's okay because we have cascading powers of functions. Because this is passing on load filter here. Let's get more of like a... Yeah, it's here actually that it's happening. But we can cascade this, we can cascade it. Yeah, loaded. Technically, that could be passed here. And I guess it has to be. It's not that crazy. We basically just copy. Yeah, because the args are the central hub of all of this. Args are at the deck editor, to the micro encyclopedia, to the filter on the encyclopedia. And they're all one and the same. Let's see. Could do this with a lot of different ways, actually. You could do it in an infinite number of ways. But we pass this there. Yeah, so we create a new function at the base level, which is at this level, which is basically function argsync, or we'll call it sync args. And then we create it at every level. Right. And then we pass this argument. And then the cascade begins. This itself gets called inside the init function. Here, we're going to pass this sync args to the next pop-up. I'm gonna stop calling stuff like that. I'm gonna start calling it like that. Yeah, it is more complicated being able to edit, create. On create, confirm, I don't know. Fuck that is. We don't need that. Right. Oh, right. Oh, right. It's confirmed. I know. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, that works. Haven't tested that really, but let me think. Right, right, right. And now we got the next thing, got sync args, dude. Yeah, I don't know. Really hitting at the limit of my comprehension here. Yeah, really hitting at the limit of it. We got encyclopedia loaded. And then we got micro encyclopedia synced. And then we got deck. Deck editor sync. Alright, that's what we're looking for.
Ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da. Oh, yo! Welcome back, dude. Okay, so is there anything really needing a WebSocket and the amount of scale? Alright, headphones off. Comprehension time. Yeah, okay, so alright, that's a good question. And in reality, if this was a purely asynchronous auto battler, you wouldn't really need WebSockets that much because you're not interacting with people in real time, right? Now, you're correct in the sense that I do want to have chat in my app, but like, why would you add WebSockets just for chat for some indie game? It doesn't make any sense. The real thing is that I actually want to have like additional modes to the game which aren't actually asynchronous. They are synchronous. So it's like 8-player. It's like 8 people playing against each other, and they draft cards from the entire deck of animals, and then they battle against each other in real time, and it has to be synchronized as they're moving from state to state. That is really the main argument for having WebSockets. WebSockets is good for a lot of stuff in general, for reducing the amount of like network data loading you have to do if you do it correctly. But it's definitely overkill if you're not doing something that isn't truly synchronous. And I chose to do WebSockets before I even chose to extend the game's scope to this degree. But I chose to extend the game's scope to this degree because as I was working with the game for longer and longer, I realized that drafting adds a level of depth to the game that I believe is actually going to be the most popular version of the game, period. So I think the asynchronous version of the game is going to be compelling to people because they can jump in and immediately play and get familiar with the gameplay. But the draft mode is going to be compelling to players that want to play it for a very long time and want to have real human competition that is at a deeper level than some sort of asynchronous, like, so the main reason that like draft is better in terms of depth is that, okay, there's 250 animals in the game, approximately, okay? If you play asynchronously, you can pretty quickly, and you get to control the deck of cards that you have, so you get to pick the animals you want to play with. Pretty quickly, people are going to converge on the configurations, the permutations of animals that are actually the best, right? It's not going to take that long. And where the actual depth of the game really lies is in when you're playing in a draft mode, another player, like in an 8-player sort of draft rotation, they can eliminate an animal that you would want and need for your build from your entire pool. So it's like you have 250 animals, and each person who picks an animal from the entire pool removes it for everyone else. And then after that entire thing is done, everyone plays. It's a very much so Magic the Gathering style, if you know what that is. But that ultimately, that's the real reason that WebSockets still exist. Now, at the inception of the entire project, I was using WebSockets because I knew that they had a lot of flexibility and power, and I knew that if I used them, I could do kind of whatever I wanted at a certain level. I can't do a first-person shooter. That's too high resolution. That's too much. Like, you need to be sending the information too quickly, and it's not going to work well with WebSockets really anymore. But in a game like Magic the Gathering, or in a it's basically a turn-based style game, but it's still synchronous in the sense that all 8 players are sitting at their computers, making their decisions, waiting on the other players. That's where the synchronization becomes really useful. Yeah, so it's like sort of a mix, really. Like, I really shouldn't have used WebSockets if I was trying to build something that was more basic, which is kind of what it was at the beginning. But realistically, I knew, because you have to understand, I knew I wanted to make a distributed system. I'm all in on trying to make a distributed, like a internet sort of based experience. And yeah, I mean, I guess that's basically, I knew that I wanted to do that. Then I played around with this fucking game for a while, and then I thought about it more, and I was like, if I'm gonna put all this effort into this game, I might as well just go to the 10th mile and literally make it the best version it can be. Given that I can actually complete it, which I will. It just will take a while, and it's a very difficult thing to do. But that's the real reason now. If someone asks me why I'm using WebSockets today, it's I do want to support chat, obviously. Mostly because it's not that big of a deal compared to the other things I'm supporting. But also because I want to support a richer sort of thing. Okay, so let me just read this. Yes, because the battle is over the computer. In 1 second, the gameplay just shows the replay at slow human level. Correct. The human sync part sounds like a lot of modification of state that could still be sent as a simple payload. You're exactly correct. In a lot of ways, it probably could be done with literally just HTTP. But when you encounter problems with it, it's going to probably be your thought process is going to be, I need WebSockets. And there are other advantages to WebSockets also that I haven't really explained that much about the entire like data infrastructure. So like in a distributed system, which is effectively a multiplayer thing, which is a website, it's like Facebook or it's like YouTube, or a chat app like Discord. Those are all sort of like a multiplayer thing if you think about it in a way. It's multiplayer, it's just there isn't any complex visualization of things, and it's not a game, really. But in all of those things, there's also this element of like how efficiently are you transferring the data between things. Alright, I'm going to move on from my train of thought and go straight to this next thing. The sockets make sense. I'm thinking more about scaling down the amount of edge servers and anchors and MongoDBs you need. MongoJSON is good, but Postgres could scale pretty well for all those players. You're absolutely right. The decision between MongoDB and Postgres is arbitrary. The real reason is because I'm more experienced with MongoDB. It's not that Postgres can't do the exact same thing. Postgres could do the exact same thing. And again, a lot of this is kind of over engineering, right? Because a lot of the impetus for this entire project is to make a distributed system that's more complex than like a simplistic thing, which is like where the whole fucking sharding and shit comes in. Sharding is actually a really basic thing, honestly, but actually getting it to work is more complicated because you've got to have all this fucking code to do that, and then there's all these edge cases now that you have in this networking distributed architecture. But realistically, Postgres versus Mongo, it doesn't matter. If you're doing the same pattern with Postgres databases, it's the same. Like, and it probably works just as well. I mean, maybe it's better, maybe it's worse, I have no idea. The real, like, substrate of the idea, the like, foundation of it is just, sharding basically makes it where you can have an infinite, quote-unquote infinite, it's not infinite because it costs money, but you can have an infinite number of servers to service everything. And so in my data, if I've got a user who's got a run history, I can have that run history go to a single node and load that. In my setup, it's actually even more complicated because MongoDB has limitations. The main limitation is you cannot have singular objects or documents. In MongoDB, it's called documents. You cannot have singular Mongo documents that are larger than 16 megabytes, which is not really that much data, but still, if you were loading that over and over again, that would be very expensive. So, like, my system actually takes something like a run history, which is logically a singular item, and it breaks it into a lot of different documents in a Mongo database. Exactly like how pagination works inside of operating systems, where you take data that's large and you just split it into a lot of chunks, and then you have a separate layer, metadata effectively, that allows you to load all of those chunks irrespective of each other, which means you can load a slice of the data. You can load 1% of the data, 1% of the latest data. Now this obviously is overkill for probably what I'm doing, but like I said, the context for this is I'm like super committed to doing distributed programming, more or less. And so this is sort of like an exercise, but it's an exercise that's kind of gone like further than a lot of exercises go, and I am trying to actually make a commercial game out of it. But still, it's the impetus of it is really just an exercise. So some of it is arbitrary. Realistically, it's not. And so, if I want to complain about the cost of my fucking system, it's my own fucking coffin, right? I made my own coffin. I'm okay. I'm okay accepting that. I still kind of bitch about it a bit, because, I don't want to be homeless or whatever, but, yeah, I think, like, at the end of the day, I'm not just trying to make like this game. I'm trying to like really make something that I think is even more substantial. I probably won't ever use it for anything but this game and iterations of this game. I think I'm pretty committed to making games at this point in time. I put too much time into it. If this game doesn't work, fine, whatever. I'll do the next one, and I'll do the next one, and then I'll die, and it's fine. But, like, I don't think I'm going to try and do something like, a traditional SaaS operation, like software as a service, trying to sell some sort of utility to people that isn't a video game. And again, none of this is, like, correct. I mean, it might be good, it might work out for me, but I have no idea, really. Yeah, so, but I guess I decided to do this. I don't know. But it's good to see you back, and those are all good observations, to be honest. And I don't really have an answer for everything. I can say that I've thought pretty deeply about the situation, but it doesn't mean that my conclusions and my design is good, efficient, or correct. That will kind of, I don't know, that'll kind of just get, I guess, proven more by the actual exercising the entire system, the entire distributed system. But I'm happy that you... Yeah, I mean, yeah, totally, man. Yeah, I appreciate the feedback. So we'll see what happens, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Nothing is set in stone either. It's all just really like, I mean, there's a lot of code written, but everything is always theoretical, so yeah. Yeah. we continue and we go on. Now propagates backwards. Or it doesn't propagate backwards. Just a simple error here. Continue, and things will be good. Yeah. No, we must continue. Again, this is... Oh, it propagated. It propagated. We'll do it. We'll do it. It propagated. Then we go to the deck editor. I guess this doesn't need to know that. It doesn't, actually. We went deeper than we needed to. Oh, that's a good sign. We don't actually need that. Something else will need that. Wow. Interesting. Oh, and we just call this.
Interesting. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, we don't need this. Mm. Oh, god damn, dude. I think we created the entire stack here. Probably has issues, but allows a person. That's definitely not correct already. It's easy to fix though, I think. Yeah, we need to have show create because we can create a deck here. Oh, I see. Dun, dun. We'll go with this. We'll go with the sidecar. That's good. That's tasty. But it's incomplete. Can you do that? Can. You can come in here and you can just go. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. We pass in all of this via this. Why would we not pass this in via that? Doesn't make sense. Mm-hmm. Dun, 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 to my body. We don't need that. We're passing it already. But that would be useful, wouldn't it? What's interesting is this doesn't have that. We definitely need that. Right. Huh. This is very verbose to do just this. Yeah, and I'd rather do this. It's passed the filter name. It injects the filter name. That has the filter name. That is invoked and instantiated. Is it really just args? Okay. No, it's not. It's not just. I don't think it's just args. This might be just that, though. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, exactly. This probably needs more than this. Yeah, it just needs this. Okay, we can try this out. That is an interesting permutation, to be honest. Oh no. Filter name. Oh, this is a good song, dude. This is a good song, dude. Uh-oh. How'd the filter key get nullified? Da, da, da. Oh, right, yeah. Well, oh, okay. This got called before that, eh? Man, this is where code gets complicated. Execution cycle is not consistent. I mean, I guess it is consistent, but call before init, eh? Maybe we don't do that. I think that still works. We'll take a look at this and see what it looks like. Code execution is unpredictable when you're working with a game engine a lot of the time. What if we pick something like this? Don't get confused about that those are different constructs. So that's a different construct too. My vibe. Huh. Yeah, somehow. Let's walk it back. Oh. Yeah, probably. Yeah, my intuition here is that you have to either pass it through there or. I mean, that is just null if you don't pass it. It appears to be passing this. That's not there though. That's not in the ready. Yeah. Maybe. It seems more promising because the data flows in this way more. It feels kind of arbitrary how data flows, but it's not. Hmm. So this got called before init. Really? Yeah. That makes sense. Sort of. Sort of makes sense. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, okay. I'm kind of an idiot then. Understatement. We don't need to pass this one there. It's a fundamentally different construct. This filter, yeah, this is where it gets a little bit complicated. That filter is fundamentally different than this filter. But this one is not fundamentally different than this one. So we want that one to be that one. So we want that. We want this to be, okay, this is what we want to be 22. It has a name. It should be able to figure out the rest. This entire pattern, though, should be relegated to that. Yeah. Look at that. And then this should be reusable. Dashing on the lips, at fingertips. Oh yeah, that's a problem, isn't it? So like this. Yeah. Okay, that should work now. Yeah. No, I don't want that. No way, really? No way. I don't believe it. I'll call that bluff, dude. Call that bluff all the way home. Dun, 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 dun. No way, really? Oh, that fucking shit, dude. God, I keep doing this. I'm too tired. I probably need to go to sleep. I don't even. There's the two different filters keep fucking me up. A filter for Dex and then a filter for an encyclopedia. It keeps fucking me up. This doesn't matter that you pick that. It shouldn't matter at all.
Yeah, this self.arg should be the default, dude. That's what I keep doing wrong. That's the problem. I still need to test this though. Oh, there we go. There we go. The full stack, dude. Dun, dun, dun. This would be good if it could keep the last one, which is not hard to do. Let's put it up here. Oh, it's such a good song, dude. We actually need it in everywhere, I guess. Actually, we can do it there. Oh, hell yeah, we can do it here. Blankets. The deep sea of blankets. Oh wait, fuck. This is dangerous.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. All right, that's cool, but how do we set that? No, no. Have to do the inverse. Yeah, 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 yeah. I think that this actually gives it a hotkey so that effectively whatever filter you choose, the last one is the first one. So if I choose that, sure. And what? Sure. How's that getting in here, dude? Somehow that's getting in here now. It's very interesting because oh, interesting. That's what's happening. Yeah, we don't need this fucking filter key, dude. We don't need that. I don't even know how that's getting called there. Oh, well, that's how. Okay, I guess that's probably wrong. We probably do need that. Okay, well then it got incorrectly set by the. Yeah, this is definitely the problem then is that it's going. Otherwise, it wouldn't be there. Filter key. Filter key is dex. More importantly, filter key is encyclopedia filters. Probably just being an idiot here, like. Maybe. Might be something similarly here. Hmm. Okay, so the context is completely empty. Context is empty. What the shit? Okay. Yeah, stop doing that. That's why. Kind of makes sense now. That makes sense. Hmm. Yeah, that's okay. We're not gonna solve that today. Probably gonna. I don't know if I'm gonna go to sleep. We can't actually change that, but we can do that, and then it's there. And that's that. And then if we go back here, it's not back there, even though it's there. It's kind of, I guess, what we're trying to test. Right. And then you init it. Oh, you init it. Well, that's a, is that okay? Is that okay? I don't even, that's not what's, yeah, what's happening here is different. Here it's getting set if it exists. Probably a lot more realistic to do that. Maybe you do selected and then you do root dot config. Maybe. Probably gonna kill the stream pretty soon. Yeah. Let's see. Uh, well, that is definitely because of the thing that I added. Probably. I don't know. Probably gotta call it failure. Sorry about that. Yeah, this thing you'd like it to be true, but what is not true? The selected is something incorrect. You probably could do it in the init though. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, interestingly, the args aren't set to anything here. That could be correct. All we're trying to do is see that what is selected there is selected again, which is like kind of even like but right, because that is just fundamentally not what it is. Yeah, I mean, it's null to begin with, so. It's kind of, I mean, kind of pointless anyways. Yeah, just keep oscillating between these. Self.arms. That's why that was that. Yeah. How is the args even being used here? Yeah, no, this is that. Right. That's good. That's what we're aiming for.